ΣΕΓΕ είναι ο συνοδοιπόρος, ο υποστηρικτής,
η οικογένειά μας
και η αγκαλιά
είναι εξέλιξη και ανάπτυξη στην επιχείρησή μας.
η φωνή μας
είναι η δύναμή μας.
Έχουμε σχεδιάσει διάφορα εργαλεία τα οποία βοηθούν τη γυναίκα επιχειρηματία. Έχουμε δημιουργήσει μια οριζόντια δράση, η οποία είναι για κάθε γυναίκα που έρχεται κοντά μας και σχετίζεται με τη συμβουλευτική της υπάρχουσας κατάστασής της, αλλά και της διαχείρισης κρίσης τόσο μέσα στην οικογένεια όσο και στην επιχείρησή της. Έχουμε σχεδιάσει την πρώτη γυναικεία ενεργειακή κοινότητα όχι μόνο της Ελλάδας, αλλά όλης της Ευρώπης σε επίπεδο ενεργειακής κοινότητας λαϊκής βάσης. Κάθε γυναίκα επιχειρηματία στην Ελλάδα μπορεί να γίνει συμμέτοχος σε αυτό το πολύ μεγάλο έργο. Έχουμε δράσεις οι οποίες αγγίζουν τη γυναίκα στην έρευνα, καθώς εμείς επιθυμούμε αυτές οι γυναίκες να μπορέσουν να βρουν την πρόσβασή τους στη χρηματοδότηση και να μπορέσουν με τη σειρά τους να αξιοποιήσουν τα δικά τους επιτεύγματα, δημιουργώντας μία καινοτόμα επιχείρηση. Μία επιχείρηση η οποία στο μέλλον θα δημιουργήσει οικονομία για τη χώρα μας.
Τα τελευταία χρόνια είμαστε ενεργά μέλη στον ΣΕΓΕ και ο ΣΕΓΕ για εμάς είναι η επιχειρηματική μας οικογένεια.
Ο ΣΕΓΕ είναι στο πλάι κάθε γυναίκας που θέλει να ενδυναμωθεί, να δημιουργήσει και να προσφέρει στην κοινωνία μέσα από οποιαδήποτε μορφή επιχειρηματικότητας.
Νιώθουμε ότι ο ΣΕΓΕ είναι πραγματικά η οικογένειά μας. Είναι άνθρωποι οι οποίοι μπορούν ανα πάσα ώρα και στιγμή, παρά το φορτωμένο πρόγραμμά τους, να δεχτούν και να εισακούσουν όλα τα ζητήματα τα οποία προβληματίζουν τα μέλη, ένα πάνω απ' όλα φιλικό περιβάλλον.
Είναι ένας οργανισμός στον οποίο μπορώ να αποταθώ για να μάθω τι συμβαίνει στον τομέα μου, για να εξελιχθώ σαν επιχειρηματίας, σαν άνθρωπος, σαν γυναίκα. Ένα πλαίσιο στο οποίο μπορώ να προσφέρω μέσα από αυτά που έχω μάθει στην πορεία μου, αλλά και να μάθω μέσα από τις εμπειρίες των γυναικών συνοδοιπόρων.
Ο ΣΕΓΕ για εμάς έχει διπλή σημασία. Είναι εξέλιξη και ανάπτυξη στην επιχείρησή μας, αλλά και εξέλιξη στην προσωπικότητά μας.
Νιώθουμε ότι ο ΣΕΓΕ είναι η φωνή μας, είναι ένα θεσμικό όργανο πρώτα απ' όλα, μέσω του οποίου μπορούμε να διεκδικήσουμε, να ακουστούν οι επιχειρηματικές μας δραστηριότητες, να δικτυωθούμε όσο το δυνατόν παραπάνω και να αναπτυχθούμε τόσο σε επιχειρηματικό όσο και σε προσωπικό επίπεδο.
Το ΣΕΓΕ ως μια ανοιχτή γυναικεία διαδραστική κοινότητα με βοήθησε τόσο σε επίπεδο αρχικά υποστήριξης και σίγουρα θα έλεγα σε επίπεδο δικτύωσης μέσω των συνεργασιών του ΣΕΓΕ με νέες αγορές.
Κάνουμε τη δικτύωση πράξη, δημιουργώντας επιχειρηματικές αποστολές και επιχειρηματικές συναντήσεις όλες τις εποχές και με όλες τις συνθήκες. Μπορούμε να δικτυώσουμε τη γυναίκα επιχειρηματία της χώρας μας με γυναίκες επιχειρηματίες από όλη την Ιφίλιο.
Good morning, ladies. Good afternoon. I'm very happy to have you around the screen today. We have this hybrid meeting on W20. We are going to speak about the business life of women in Europe. ΣΕΓΕ is the organizer of this event under the auspices of the General Secretariat of Family Policy and Gender Equality. From my experience within this association, ΣΕΓΕ, I know that it is indeed a very family environment that empowers all the members. I hope that we are going to have a very good discussion today because we have a very good panelists, and the items of the agenda are very interesting. So let's start with our first panel for today. We are going to hear the Deputy President of the Deputy Chair, Mr. 𝗪𝟮𝟬, Deputy Chair of the European Commission, Mr. 𝗪𝟮𝟬. Dear friends, I'm very happy to be among you in this meeting, remotely, of course, in order to support the initiative of 𝗟𝗂𝗃. This is an organization that started from Thessaloniki and that managed to have a lot of cooperations. And as we are going to discuss today, it is extrovert and promotes the entrepreneurship of women, especially and in general in Greece, and can promote the entrepreneurial issues in national, European and international level. In the European Commission for some years now, we are cultivating a sustainable social profile that supports the leading role of women in the economy, society, and the market. It is a part of a broader policy that supports further objectives, small and medium enterprises, training at all levels via the various new implementations of the new outline, the 𝗟𝗶𝗃𝗀𝗀 outlining the skills of entrepreneurs, promoting the talent of new women entrepreneurs that need to be supported for their business life. Since 2016 that we started with this framework, we have been supporting various actions that create the various prerequisites that are required for business to flourish. It is one of our priorities to create a new agenda of skills for business people. Of course, the education community is hand by hand with our initiatives because our actions are implemented in the overlapping locus in between work and training and education. All knowledge and skills that are necessary for the promotion of a business can be acquired this way. Our main goal is to give empowerment to all those who are or want to be entrepreneurs in order to overcome the various obstacles, be it bureaucratic or other. And afterwards, after they set up and establish their business, they will manage to tackle all the obstacles in transforming their business life into a digital model, especially after the pandemic. Nowadays, in these difficult times, we have to deepen these types of skills because we have to deal with the real economy and help all together the transformation of our society into a new world which has already arrived. A new world of double reality, of double existence, of new ways of thinking, new ways of moral stance, new ways of envisioning the future. I am sure that already in your actions you have introduced the 𝗪𝗺𝗃 action with programs for business ecosystems, for business communities that promote good practices and examples, and good practices as regard networking, mentoring, and access to the market, especially as regards women's entrepreneurship. Handling all kinds of obstacles is a must. Moreover, discrimination issues have to be a priority. The very important WeGate program that we started from the previous period, in which 𝗟𝗃𝗃 is one of the most active members, is a European platform that creates a new, real, actual opportunities for women to go out to businesses, to expand their networks, and to strengthen their skills and capacities. We're speaking about actual motives for leading persons, for leaders in business and in life. Women leaders can also take advantage of Enterprise Greece, where mentoring, access to investments, and collaborations are being offered, opening new ways for all of you. Dear friends, members of 𝗟𝗂, Greece this year, parallel to the celebration of 200 years from the revolution of 1821, celebrates 40 years as a member of United Europe. This is the longest period of peace, democracy, and welfare and well-being in our country, no matter which is our gender, nationality, religion, or class. Throughout these 40 years, the European Union has given us the opportunity to have options, solidarity, and strengthen our democracy within a strong family of the European integration. Both in the society and the institutions, the quality of democracy, Europe has managed to transform Greece into a country with steel feet and foundations. Also, Greece has managed to improve its economy and infrastructures. The European money have been utilized so that we managed to build our country together. We have supported the countryside, health, education, the creation of new enterprises, the role of women in business, the recognition of women in society, in science, in the family, in life. Today, after the shock that we all had due to the pandemic, we have managed, Europeans, to face all the challenges of recovery as one family, united, all together in solidarity, taking decisions that will change the course of European policies that would have been unthinkable some 5 or 6 decades ago. Greece, our country, participates in the largest internal market in the world. It has the best reference point. It is a member of the forceful unity. It supports human rights and personal privacy. Greece 2.0 recovery was one of the first priorities for European Commission, as von der Leyen stressed when she visited Athens a couple of weeks ago. This is a European framework which is written by Greek pens and hands for a new united Europe, for tools that will give us solutions in our daily life, in basic problems, in issues related to financing, to entrepreneurship, in networking, especially focusing on small and medium enterprises by diminishing bureaucracy and by opening new accesses to markets and capitals. This strategy improves our strengths so that we will be ready for a better future. At the heart of all these objectives is the increase of the number of women who are active entrepreneurs, equal to men. 1/3 of companies in Europe have been established by women. However, these companies still don't have high capital and financing opportunities. This is why in the next years we're going to inaugurate a gender smart funding instrument for women entrepreneurs. We are going to support all ages of women in the new market circumstances. We are going to motivate them so that they can be inspired and augment their presence in industries where they could not access until today. The new European agenda on skills is at the heart of our policies aiming at the better connection with entrepreneurship and education, in between entrepreneurship and education, and the improvement of personal and collective skills. Dear friends, the new action plan for digital education that we have recently approved, we aim at providing a boost into the digital skills of young women at all levels of education and promote studies in sciences, STEM, and technology, opening up these areas to more women and promoting gender equality in all new industries, as for example, the emerging industry of artificial intelligence. Dear friends, members of 𝗟𝗶𝘃, along with the President von der Leyen and the 12 colleagues of mine in the Commissioners' Council, 12 women, the largest number ever until today. I have the privilege to be member of the first commission where half members are women. Along with them, hundreds of other women, executives and leaders are guiding the various divisions and units of the European Union, proving that gender equality is not a scholarly ambition for us, but an everyday implementation in order to improve productivity and the capacities of all, both men and women, so as to create the best options. I wish all success in your association and every one of you. I hope you are well and you flourish. Thank you. We would like to thank the Deputy Chair of the European Commission for Family Policy and Gender Equality. We would like to say that Italy has the presidency this year, and Mr. 𝗟𝗏𝗃𝗲 Papadimoulis, Vice President of this Council of the Commission, will have now the floor. Dear friends, dear guests, thank you very much for the invitation to speak in your meeting regarding this important matter of representation of women in the European Union and the policies that the European Parliament implements towards this direction. Unfortunately, I couldn't be present in Athens due to various obligations that I had. Today, as a Deputy President of the European Parliament in the unit of gender equality and member of the high-level Observatory for Gender Equality in the European Parliament, I'm very happy to share with you the efforts that we have been paying throughout the last few years in order to make the European Parliament more sensitive as regards gender, so as to establish gender balance at all levels. The European Parliament, in order to be representative, has to reflect the multifaceted nature of all its organizations and all its members. Access and participation in civic engagement is not just a right of all of us, a fundamental right, but a necessary prerequisite for a society of equalities. In the Parliament today, we have 39% of women, which is the highest until today, more than 10% than the average of the European Union of 30.4% in national parliaments of the member states. This is the average of women parliamentarians in the national members of the European Union. And also it is very high in relation to the international average, which is 25%. The representation of genders, of the female gender, has been for long an important vision. The European Parliament pays all efforts in order to reach the goals of equal representation and reach the goal of having representation not only in leading positions but working positions as well. We have managed to create the high-level group for gender equality and difference representation. I have been presiding this unit since July 2014 in close collaboration with the administration, the management of the European Parliament. In our work, we have been organized method-wise, and we have been basing our work on the various charters that set the milestones that we need to implement within specific timelines. The aforementioned charters, which are actually roadmaps, are very wide and broad. They comprise of various objectives and goals and are related to the horizontal and vertical balance in between genders, gender-sensitive communication, and prevention practices. Some examples are the options for training, education, and development in order to favor development of career for women, the balance in between family and work life, and zero tolerance to harassment. The most recent action plan for the genders and the roadmap that we unanimously approved after my recommendation in the European Parliament include aims for the political and the administrational part of this work. This roadmap is going to boost our work on gender. Some measures provided therein include the improvement of evaluation of impacts on gender of our legal and legislative work, also of our budgeting work, where we need to carry out very important improvements after negotiations with the European Commission. We want a higher representation of women in all kinds of agglomerations, in all kinds of meetings and units, and we need to reach gender-sensitive language use in all publications of the European Parliament. This is a very broad goal that we have been serving for years, and we hope that we are going to achieve it soon. As regards the political aspect, we have managed to have a high representation of women at the political organs of the Union. We have 57% of the deputy chairs are women, 40% of the deans, 30% of presidents and co-presidents of the political parties. There we need to improve a bit our goals. So we have 40% of chairs of commissions and 30% of representations of political parties. We need to improve the lowest percentages, but the fact is that in every election, in every next election, more women are elected. Steadily, they are growing. Yet we haven't reached the horizontal representation in between genders. What do I mean? I mean that administrationally wise, I recommended to the chair of the European Parliament to set ambitious objectives until the end of the legislative period, which is July 2024. Our aims are 50% of women heading units, 50% directors, and 40% general directors, so more than double of the current numbers. We had a unanimous approval by all members of the European Parliament in this proposal. At this moment, our percentages are much behind, but I'm very optimistic that within the next 3 years, we will implement them and go beyond them. We have to learn on a daily basis, taking experience from national assemblies, national parliaments, the experience of the European societies, in order to improve gender equality at all levels. And that's why we cooperate very closely with the European Institute for Gender Equality, 𝗟𝗶𝘃𝗲𝘀, and we are continuously updated as regards current trends and experiences. Let me just mention the pandemic and its impact on gender issues. Unfortunately, from the beginning of the pandemic, we have seen results regarding impact on gender equality and representation. We have used the knowledge that we accumulated in order to improve the opportunities for integrating the gender issue within the recovery plan of the European Union and include this dimension in the RF Recovery Fund. I'm proud that we have managed to approve a plan that includes very clearly the aim of gender equality within the operations of the fund, of the Recovery Fund. This was one of the aims that we had, that we negotiated on behalf of our unit. So the objective is to have a more tolerant, green, digital, and equalized Europe in terms of gender representation. So this is a good point forward so as to ensure that all policies and strategies at the level of European Union and at the national levels will include the aim of gender equality. The European Parliament is decided to continue its efforts in order to deal with the issue of gender representation in a balanced way at all levels, in all sectors, and will continue supporting, empowering, and providing visibility to women. The most recent work of ours was focused on the improvement of gender equality in the administrative boards, the promotion of gender equality in transparency of salaries, and of course fighting the very important problem of gender violence and the establishment of a legal basis for this important part of the Istanbul Convention. I'm very happy that I see the European Parliament being a pioneer in gender issues, and I hope that this positive trend is going to continue towards the actual, real gender equality in all member states of the European Union. Personally, I am not yet satisfied from the objectives that we have achieved until today. We have a lot of work ahead, and with the contribution of the civil society, we are going to do a lot in the next few years. Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗃𝗰𝘁, Vice President of the European Parliament, and at this point, I would like to welcome the President of 𝗟𝗂, Ms. 𝗟𝗶𝗃𝗲 𝗀𝗪𝗏, and allow me to share my personal experience. I met Mr. 𝗀𝗪 when I was a journalist. I was working in Alpha Radio and TV, so I came into contact with her in order to invite her to one of our shows to talk about women entrepreneurship, especially during the pandemic, which, as you can understand, was very difficult for women. So I explained to her that I had a different capacity, and Ms. 𝗪𝗏, as a very intelligent woman, immediately realized the importance of being next to every woman. I believe that you also have the same view. So from the very first moment, she has been on my side. We have developed a production company, this site, as you can see on your screen, and Ms. 𝗪𝗏 has been on our side from the very first moment. I am sure that if I have any question or if I encounter any problem, I can address to 𝗟𝗂 and I will be given a solution. So that was the introduction. Ms. 𝗪𝗏, you have the floor. What can I say, Mrs. Spyropoulou? I had a problem of how to start my thanks. But now, thanks to your kind introduction, I feel more at ease. So I would like to thank you for your kind introduction. And I would like to tell to all the participants that this is exactly what 𝗟𝗂 is doing. 𝗟𝗂 wants to be on the side of every woman, since we're not just a lobby group, but we are a union that is focused on action. So thank you very much for your kind words. Indeed, I'm very proud of being the chair of this association, and today we are here for something very unique and very special. We are here today in the context of this event that has came true thanks to the support of W20 Italy and my great friend 𝗟𝗶𝗃𝗲𝗀 and all the chairmanship of the Italian delegation. This is the first time that we are organizing in Greece an event of W20, which is, of course, part of the G20, in order to have a real dialogue, in order to have a channel of communication with women of next door and bring them in contact with the international decision-making centers. I don't want to take much of your time. I would like to thank the vice presidents first, Mr. 𝗟𝗺𝗃, Vice President of the European Commission, who is a friend of mine, Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗃𝗃𝗲, Vice President of the European Parliament, again, another friend of mine. They have honored us with their presence, but also they have done a lot for us. For example, we have many drafts of law that are passing today in the European Parliament. I would also like to thank Ms. 𝗓𝗏𝗃 and Ms. 𝗂𝗂𝗃, who, despite the heavy schedule, are online with us and have accepted to make an intervention and to have a discussion with all of us who are here in Greece. Thank you very much, our foreign guests, our foreign delegations, the heads of the delegations, the heads of the European Commission. We have done a lot together and we have a lot to do in the future. I would like to thank all our foreign friends. Elvira Marasco, Gülden Turktan, Cheryl Van Dyke, Alison Kirkland, Donna Adriana Puya Morel. We have worked together in the past and I'm sure that we will continue to work together in the future. Alison from Canada, I know that it's very early there. Still, she found the time to be with us. The floor over to you. But before I give you the floor, I would like to tell you that given the political conjuncture, the heads of the European bodies are all women. The vice presidents are all women, as entrepreneurs, as active citizens, as Greek women. We need right now to take action, to make the right steps so that finally we can actually talk about equality in real terms. In conclusion, I would like to dedicate today's event to the memory of Caroline Kraus, a victim that was brutally murdered in our country. She wasn't the first and she wasn't the last. And since we are an economic body, we are fighting very hard in order to ensure gender equality in Greece and in Europe. I would like to thank all the participants and all of you who are watching us online, either via live streaming or through the platform. Thank you very much. At this point, I would like to say that the feeling I have for 𝗟𝗃𝗃 is that we're talking about a big family that comprises only women, but indeed it is a big family, and this is very important. So let's now move on to the first panel. It is MP's debate related to gender equality. With great pleasure, I would like to welcome to our company the MP of New Democracy Party, Ms. Maria 𝗓𝗏𝗃𝗃. Of course, Ms. 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃 will be with us. Ms. 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃 is member of the European Parliament of 𝗪ΣA Party. But first, the floor to Ms. 𝗓𝗏𝗃𝗃. Good afternoon. Good afternoon from Brussels. It's a great pleasure to take part in this event. Allow me to introduce myself, also based on the percentages given to you by Ms. 𝗂𝗶𝗃𝗃. I belong to this 39% of the European Parliament, but at the same time, I am the woman next door. This 30% of European Parliament taken by women, but as I said, I identify myself with the women next door, with all the women that are fighting hard on a daily basis in order to improve their lives. And I want also to tell you that I have a long experience in the private sector. I believe that the way that we are working in the European Parliament, and especially when it comes to women issues, is the one that constitutes the guide not only to ensure the female presence there and the sufficient representation, but the guide for the implementation of this legislation that we are passing here. So it is very important the fact that today we are having this discussion, and we are having this discussion following the initiative taken by W20. I would like to say some things with regard to legislation, things that I believe are important. And here you can see the first slide. So European legislation has focused on female representation, and it has passed directives that are now part of the European law and are very valuable in our daily life. And I would like to give you an example that has to do with the recent discussion that was held on the draft of law for labor relations. So it is Directive 2019-1158 regarding the work-life balance for parents. In that directive, is provided the paid parental leave for at least 10 days, maximum time 2 months, paid leave for both parents. I believe that this is a very important step that was incorporated just last week in the Greek labor legislation and is of great importance. In the European Union, despite the fact that most graduates are women, the remunerations are on average 16% less compared to the males' remunerations. So trying to share the burden and share the responsibility, the aforementioned directive and its incorporation in the European law is an important step. Another issue has to do with the elimination of disparities and in the labor market. It is a Directive 2078 that imposes the member states to impose a minimum of requirements on the employers with regard to fighting discriminations. And by that, I mean promotions, salaries, benefits, generally the position of someone in the pyramid. And of course, there are other important institutional efforts that we are making. Starting with the effort that we are making, and which is part of the Commission strategy. It was also announced by Ms. von der Leyen in June, that is aimed at gender equality for the period 2019-2024. And the first and most important thing that we need to do is to bridge the employment gap. During the pandemic, it was verified that women were employed far less compared to men. Unemployment hit women very hard, far harder compared to men. Why? Because women were the ones that provide services, health services and other health-related services. So women were employed by 67% in the European Union, whereas men 78%. So right now, we are trying to give specific directions to the member states in order for them to make efforts and provide incentives for this percentage to increase and reach 78% by the end of 2030. It is not an easy objective to reach, but we will be focused on that. I believe that the digital transformation will open very promising ways for us, since the female skills and dexterities will play a very important role in that. Unfortunately, women are not very present in this digital transformation, so now is the time to take action and also to provide our countries and our children to make effort in order to change the situation. Another point on which the European Commission is working is the empowerment, economic empowerment of women. Which is also, of course, related with gender equality. That is why the European Commission is trying to involve the private sector and the NGOs and the governments and the enterprises. And that is why the European Commission established the European Institute for Gender Equality, which provides the opportunity to record and at the same time to raise the awareness and the promotion and the networking of best practices between the interested groups. And this is because the groups have as an objective the empowerment of women in decision making, in the economy, in entrepreneurship, in economic instruments, but also in anything that changes the way we approach big economic issues. Mr. 𝗓𝗃 talked about WeGate, which is the web portal dedicated to women entrepreneurs and supports them in making some improvements in their lives. And I believe that this platform provided added value during the pandemics. Why? Because it has as an objective to create a hub that would bring into contact women and local organizations, regional organizations, and at the same time would allow them to have access to guidance networks and to other very useful instruments. At the same time, following an initiative of European Commission, we have developed the Enterprise Europe Network that comprises 21 participating organizations in 14 member states. It is a network that connects women entrepreneurs with opportunities for development and also provides opportunities for entrepreneurship and at the same time provides access to foreign markets. I heard women in the video talking about the importance of having access to foreign markets. I believe that this is very important. As it has been recently stated, so there is also the Greek initiative for the small medium enterprises, which is of course supported by the European Commission. It is also related to InvestEU, which is the funding tool of the European Union, but also with the NSRF, and has at its core gender. In other words, women and companies that have as leaders women, companies and businesses that want to draw funds in order to expand. It is a very important issue to be able to attract funds, and that is why the specialization of this funding tool is very important. Please, the next slide, so that we can talk about the very important effort that W20 is making in order to provide women with the possibility to do better. So W20, in reality, is a female group in the context of G20. And it is a group that focuses on equality and highlights how this is related to all the facets of life, economy, politics, society, everything. It is an issue that pertains to all facets of life, but also to all countries in the world. It is important that in W20 we have members from China, from Turkey, from UK, from the United States, but also women from Saudi Arabia and women from the Russian Federation and from Indonesia. And having said that, I would like to tell you that there are specific work groups in the context of W20, and that is why we need to talk about how these work groups will put into action the policies in order to promote employment. And not only for that, but also to incorporate the gender equality issues in all discussions, and also to promote the discussion about environmental objectives, all of which will promote the female entrepreneurship. And at the end of the day, will give us the possibility that to say that women have greater potential, will allow us to place emphasis on a job to ensure promotion and increase of remunerations. If we could change the slide, please. Here we will talk about the way in which women have the possibility to improve their future. This way is provided through W20 and more specifically through the Italian delegation that supports us today and allows us to have this discussion. Why? Because there is the so-called close monitoring, the very close monitoring of what is happening in our daily life. First of all, there is a measurement with regard to the improvement of female presence at the level of member state. It's very important to see how women presence is perceived by the national governments, the local authorities, or the regional authorities, but also by businesses. And the second is whether the female talent is being utilized. You know, that female talent is the key for the evolution of female leadership because women are open-minded, we are less aggressive, we are equally competitive to men when it is necessary, but at the same time, we can incorporate in our team new members and new ideas with greater easiness and with greater acceptance. So it is very important to overcome these systemic obstacles and to promote the female talent. And last but not least, we need to see how we're going to be the leaders in the future and how we're going to shape the future. We will do that by developing a policy for businesses, for education, for our daily life that concerns us and our children. And this future will be shaped and will be based on sustainability and digital transformation. Digitalization and sustainability are the two key words in which we can invest. Closing this short intervention, I would like to tell you one more thing. It is very important to take a look at the numbers and realize that in the European Union we're doing a very serious work, that we are passing very important laws and the European member states incorporate them in the national law. Of course, this does not mean that things are evolving as much or as fast as we would like. I will give you an example. In the crisis 2021, according to a Grant Thornton study, the percentage of managerial positions for women reached 31%. In other words, there was a significant increase compared to the previous year, that was at 29%, and compared to 2017, when it was 25%. In other words, we reached the level of women representing 1/3 of the managerial positions. And we also reached a milestone. 9 out of 10 businesses globally have a woman in a managerial position. In Greece, things have also improved. This year, we have 33% of the top executive jobs taken by women, whereas in 2020, that was in 14%. In other words, there is a significant improvement. There is the result of the legislative work that we are doing now, the legislative work that is being implemented by the member states. And I would like to quote the words. First of all, the words of Christine Lagarde, who is a very powerful woman. She's a mother, and she's also a very happy woman. When she is asked what we need to do in order to improve our daily life, Christine Lagarde says that society needs to change the way in which it approaches reality. First of all, we need to focus on talent. Women have an incredible talent to compromise and to resolve problems. Second, trust, especially during the pandemic, trust was significantly decreased, mainly because of fake news. However, trust is very important, and women can increase trust. People during the pandemic trust women, mothers, open-minded people, people who can accept diversity more. And third, women know how to build teams. We know how to build teams. We know how to embrace them. We know how to protect the team in order to create something better. So, having said that, I would like to quote the words of Nikos Kazantzakis, a Greek author. Nikos Kazantzakis used to say that what we're talking about is the foundation of this world. Women, in other words, are the foundation of this world. And in conclusion, I would like to tell you that a step towards gender equality is a step towards a better world. Thank you very much. And I'm free for any questions you may have. That is up to 3:30, because then we have the plenary. We are very lucky that we had this event today before the plenary begins. Thank you very much. I would like to give the floor now to MEP of Syriza, Ms. Elena Koundoura, so that we can have the discussion afterwards. Ms. Koundoura, it's a great pleasure to see you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. It's a great pleasure to be given the opportunity to have this discussion with you regarding the very important gender equality issues. I would like to congratulate the organizers, the Greek Association of Women Entrepreneurs and Women 20 for this wonderful initiative that is taking place in this very difficult time of pandemic. In this time, we're all trying to have a dialogue, to join forces in order to overcome challenges, in order to submit realistic proposals, and in order to exercise pressure so that the policies will finally adjust to modern and urgent needs of women and of society in general. We in the European Union are faced with horizontal challenges that pre-existed, which, however, were intensified due to the economic crisis and job insecurity affecting all of us, but most of all the most vulnerable citizens and, of course, women. Women were and still are at the front line of this pandemic, since they constitute the majority of the professionals in occupations like healthcare, social services, and sales. And at the same time, the limitations and constraints that we experienced for extended period of time paralyzed activities and increased the obstacles that women and professionals are faced with. They also aggravated the economic situation of the families, and they imposed even stricter measures. So it's very important to realize that all the policies that we will follow, but as well as the support mechanisms, need to reflect the powerful political will to ensure gender equality, since this will determine how quickly we will recover after the pandemic. For some time now, I have publicly stated that this priority should be based and supported by the Recovery and Resilience Fund on an equal distribution of resources based on gender. It is not enough that this is one of the objectives of the fund. It needs to be clearly stated and substantiated in the reforms and investments that the member states have incorporated in the national plans. And I would like to touch upon some very crucial and urgent issues for which we are working intensively in the European Parliament, and I am responsible of many of which as a rapporteur and as a member of 3 committees: the Committee for Women's Rights and Equality of Genders, the FAM, the Committee for the Industry, Technology and Research, INTRE, and the Special Committee for Artificial Intelligence, IDA. First of all, it is unfathomable that we are still negotiating in the European Union the elimination of the salary gap, and which, of course, has a direct impact on pensions. Women are, on average, paid 16% less compared to men for equal job, for same job. They are the majority of the professionals that are paid less, and as European Parliament, we have asked from the Commission to introduce binding measures for salary transparency. And after the voting of January, Commission announced the obligation of the employers to publish data on salary gap, on the right of employees to have greater access to information regarding the salaries in their job, but also the compensation when there are salary differences based on gender. We have asked the protection of the labor rights in the context of teleworking, and this has to do with women that have increased the tasks also in the home, having at the same time the responsibility to take care of the family, which is something that they are not paid for. And we have also asked the European Commission to ensure that the member states, by the mid of 2022, will implement the directive of 2019 regarding the work-life balance. We are elaborating a new European proposal framework for more flexible jobs and special purpose leaves. Women, as you know, represent 30% of business of entrepreneurs overall, but they are getting only 2% of the available bank funding, and due to the pandemic, this percentage was further reduced to 1%. Over 91% of the European funds was channeled to businesses that didn't have one single woman in a top position. Moreover, women represent only 17% of the founders of startups, and they receive 23% less financing from the businesses established by men. With the recent law, we have asked the European Commission to support entrepreneurship and mostly women entrepreneurs so that they can become economically independent, but also they can have access to funding and information with regard to loans, financing based on equity, but also microfinancing through the programs and funds of the European Union. In the coming months, there's going to be a report in the context of the FAM committee in which we're going to submit proposals on how we can ensure the economic independence of women through the promotion of entrepreneurship and self-employment. And we would like to have your support and your proposals. The cohesion policy of the European Union already supports women entrepreneurship, the integration or reintegration of women in the labor market, and the equality of genders in specific male-dominated sectors. However, this support is not enough. With regard to innovation in the European Union, the European Commission drafts specific measures that aim at promoting the participation of women in the European Innovation Council of Horizon Europe program, as well as pilot programs for the promotion of a startup and innovative small-medium enterprises managed by women. We have Women Leadership Program that was announced in the beginning of June and has to do with the increase of skills of networking for women so that they can develop entrepreneurial approaches, as well as Women EU for the development of technical startups managed by women in Europe. At the same time, there has been an inexcusable delay of the full implementation of Women on Board Directive for the quantification of at least 40% of women in board of directors. Only 1 out of 4 members of boards of directors are women. Personally, I'm exercising pressure on the Commission and on the Council so as to take more active action and overcome the obstacles in the Council and adopt the directive immediately. Of course, it has to be a clear position from the Greek government because the Vice President of Commission, 𝗪𝟮𝟬, stated to the Juri Committee of the European Parliament in May 2020 that Greece is one of the countries that do not support the directive. We have also asked for an immediate solution to the gender gap, especially now that we have more opportunities for provision of services through the internet. We want the percentages of female participation in the academic and entrepreneurial world to be increased. Although women represent the majority of graduates of universities, they are underrepresented in the sector of artificial intelligence, robotics, and in the so-called STEM sectors, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. In the near future, we are foreseeing that 25% of jobs will require STEM knowledge. Therefore, important steps need to be taken so as to avoid future professional exclusion of women. As a rapporteur of the political group for the STEM sector, but also based on the proposal about STEM education that was passed by the European Council, I have repeatedly asked the Commission to increase the opportunities to promote women entrepreneurship and to ensure the necessary financing. With one of our resolutions, we have asked for similar actions to be taken by the Member States through the national or regional action plans and through the policies they implement with regard to gender equality. Very briefly, I would like to touch upon the correlation between the empowerment of women and policies for the elimination of gender-based violence. A woman needs to be economically independent and professionally autonomous so as to break the silence and to say this is the end. As a rapporteur of the European Parliament, I'm drafting the report regarding the impact of gender-based and family violence on children. And we are asking the European Union, all the member states, to implement it, and at the same time to implement the Istanbul Convention, which is the most important and text regarding the gender-based violence. We are asking the member states to do that in order to deal with the so-called silence pathway and silence spiral. I'm also a rapporteur of my political group for the Convention 190 of ILO, as the international means that defines the current standards for dealing with the sexual harassment and violence at work. The discriminations and the harassment at work lead to further exclusion of women in male-dominated sectors like the STEM sector. In conclusion, I would like to touch upon the resolution of the European Parliament regarding the incorporation of the gender dimension in foreign policy and security policy of the European Union. And I wanted to touch upon that because we have asked for a specific establishment of council with the participation of the ministers for gender equality, so that women can actually take part in decision-making process, and so that the gender dimension will be finally incorporated in all European Union policies, which is, of course, our utmost objective. Thank you very much.
We're now giving the floor to Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝘃𝗲𝘀, the president of 𝗍𝗂. I would like to thank Mrs. 𝗟𝗃𝗲 and Mrs. Koundoura. They are very active within the European Parliament, representing Greece. I would just like to say that, dear ladies, you are stuck with us. We are going to stay with you. You asked for our proposals, so we're going to give you our proposals. We have already carried out the integrated action plan that we submitted to the Ministry of Labor in order to support the balance in between work and family life for women entrepreneurs. I think that we might be the first in the whole Europe. So we wanted to have an open dialogue, and you are offering us a dialogue path. So we thank you for this. And of course, we thank you for your presence today. If we are having any questions, we are going to be brief. Anyway, you have answered most of them. But nevertheless, we would like some specific comments on some questions. Mrs. 𝗟𝗃𝗲, the active European policies, how are they implemented in Greece? You already mentioned this in your introduction, but if you can please expand on this, elaborate on this a bit more. I'm sorry, says Ms. 𝗟𝗃𝗲, my microphone was off. Gender issue is a horizontal dimension, which is strengthened by the European framework that we just described. Allow me to speak about it in especially because it is important to know what kind of work is being done in the European Parliament in relation to these policies. I am the rapporteur for the new transformations in the Environment Commission. We have a major approval of our recommendation. Women's representation is not just a structural issue, it's an issue regarding the habitat, the environment, and the viability of the planet. So let's see which is the female dimension in this field. I'm also a rapporteur of chemical strategy for sustainability, meaning that we're going to stop the presence of disturbance for the endocrinal system, because we are growing children, we are bearing children, we're giving birth, and we are burdened by these kind of chemicals. We are going to stress that we need to have first labeling of the products that do include some endocrinic disturbance, and when the time is mature, we are going to ask for banning these products out of the markets. I am the rapporteur of this measure. So what about the products that we're going to throw away? They can become biomethane, so as they can be used for energy source. And this is also included in our policy. So these policies are more integrated. They are not just for women, but for the sustainability of the planet. As regards legislation, we have done a lot in regard to the parental leave, for example. Government managed to introduce this measure because it is the logic of this government to do so. We also need to speak about violence, domestic violence, behind closed doors. This is one of the major issues for all women. We can all be victims to violence, and many of us have already been. Some women can open the door, but some cannot. That's where we have to work. We have to help them with structures and the legal framework that is going to be preventive for those who are going to be violators. So we don't want any kind of violence against women. This is the European perspective. You touched upon each one of us. We should be always sensitive on these matters. Mrs. Kudura, don't forget that democracy, cohesion, well-being, and is related to the participation of women in all dimensions of life. So as long as we support women, we are making steps forward towards the future of these European goals. As I mentioned, supporting women has to be at many levels and included in all policies. The aims that we have, the targets in Europe, are implemented via specific funding of policies for gender equality 2025 or via European legislation, which is incorporated within the national law, the Greek law, for example. I mentioned the example of the directive of 2010 about equal treatment of men and women that have similar employment, regarding, for example, equal treatment and parental opportunities, or the clause against trafficking and victimizing, or in 2012, we recommended a platform for protecting victims. Gender violence is at the focus of the European policies nowadays, and only a few weeks ago, balancing family and career life has been introduced some months ago for both parents. The state has to see how it can, in the best way, improve the national law and its policies towards this direction in all sectors, the economic, political, and social dimensions of life, as regards health, education, justice, penal code, digital and green transformation, which are important objectives for the years to come. It is a one-way street for most of these issues. There are cases like, for example, increasing representation of women, full implementation of all relevant articles of the international treaties. It is important to have continuous consultation with all political parties, with the legal organizations and bodies, with the educational bodies and the civil society, so that the final decisions will respect equality in the best way in our country, no matter the gender. Thank you. We have a very interesting discussion. I think that our friends who are entrepreneurs can enter the discussion at this point, because they are the ones who live through these problems in their daily life. So I would like to say hello to Mrs. 𝗟𝗶𝘃𝗲𝘀, consulting and coaching. Thank you, Sergey, for being here. So you are the first to pose your question. Some days ago, we had a advertisement about a fertility conference that showed us that stereotypes are very strong in Greece, both for men and women. So my conclusion was that we have mentalities and mindsets that have been instilled into us from our families and the school, without realizing that they promote gender unbalanced stereotypes. So in order to give any solution, we have to know which is the problem. So my question is, how can we give to the women, understand which are the items that lock them within old, obsolete mindsets, and how can we proceed after that? Despite the progress in the last years, sexism and discriminations are horizontal in all sectors, with no exception. Politics, sports, universities, arts, fashion, business, journalism, everywhere. And it is expressed, especially when we have abuse of power. Biases and stereotypes obstruct growth and development. They urge women to fight all day long, to vindicate what is self-understood for others, for their career, for their life, to react and denounce harassment, verbal or bodily or psychological violence or whatever. It is a matter of structure, and the major change will come through family and the school. Especially we, women, should not tolerate these stereotypes within our family. It is not enough to try to protect our girls. It is our obligation to train our boys in the way that they deal with girls and understand what women are in all their roles, mothers, partners, or daughters. Both men and women, both mothers and fathers, have an important obligation here. So we have to ensure this within the school as well, because from these early ages where socialization starts, young people have to understand that they need to respect their fellow person. And this can take place with targeted programs. And of course, educators have to be continuously trained. It is important and it is urgent to have better campaigns, awareness raising actions. The media play an important role to deter the reproduction of these kinds of stereotypes, as well as the support of such organizations that promote gender equality values and principles. We have to work together, men and women, throughout all facets of life. So, family and school, for me, are the strength, that can deter these stereotypes in the future. Allow me, please. I am very sensitive on this matter because I became mother at an old age. I had twins at 43, aided by science. So I think that science has a catalytic role to play in fertility. The age of 43 was too old in my times for a woman to become a mother. What I've learned is the following. Throughout my career in these 13 years, because my kids are 13 years old, women have changed their mentality, and science has helped a lot to that. Without having this backup, we wouldn't have this opportunity to have kids parallel to our career after we establish our career. Second, as regards stereotypes, as very correctly Ms. 𝗂𝗧 mentioned, start from school and the family. And thirdly, which is a personal experience, we should not lead nature to extreme expressions. Nature has limits and sometimes might become against us. So we have to take into consideration all the aforementioned and focus on the society. Before we go to bed every night, we are alone with ourselves, and we have to be very sincere to ourselves. Maybe the state can help here with adoptions, for example. The reason why I mentioned this matter, which is very disturbing for me, was that I have always worked a lot in my life, and I had spent so many time at work. I didn't have a kid when I had to. So because everybody was saying, you're going to leave your career behind, and leave this for later and for later. Of course, I had not realized that there are limits in nature, and you cannot go beyond them. So indeed, this is a situation that has to be well known. I know that we usually say that everything can be done, but this is not true. Not everything can be done together. And if you try, maybe you are going to miss something, and you have to know this. And we have to not to hear the others. We need to give the floor to all our participants. So let's stop here with this matter. This question was indeed a very deep one. The floor now to the mayor of 𝗟𝗏𝗃𝗃. 𝗟𝗏𝗃𝗃 is my favorite place on earth. So you have the floor, Ms. 𝗟𝗏𝗃. Good afternoon. I'm very happy that I am amongst you in this panel. I would like to greet Maria, Mrs. 𝗟𝗏𝗃𝗃, Mrs. 𝗂𝗧. I had the honor to meet you as the representative of the chamber. I would like to warmly congratulate you for this very important meeting that you have organized. And I would like to thank you for the great honor that you made me to participate here. I am one of the 19 mayors in Greece where we have 331 mayors. I am one of the 19 women mayors. Only 7% of mayors are women. I want to share something with you. I am an entrepreneur for 33 years now. I just entered the politics realm. It is indeed very difficult to be a mother and entrepreneur. It is almost impossible to do whatever we can if we don't have our own mother to help us. So women are in disadvantage in the realms of politics and work. I'm not speaking about salaried positions, but entrepreneurship. Without help, women cannot manage. I am 54 years old now. I am very much aware of what I say. I've sacrificed my whole life and I had no time for me at all so as to be impeccable as an entrepreneur, as a mother, and in my work. To cut a long story short, I would like to say to Mrs. 𝗟𝗃𝗍𝗲, our Euro MP, something that she knows, of course, because during the summer she is in 𝗟𝗶𝘃𝗲. Our municipality is a very touristic one. However, no matter how beautiful the landscape is here and how improved the touristic services are, we have more advantages here. One regards the production of local products that we embrace as a municipality and try to promote in all manners where we can. Manufacturing at a local level, we have some local products, a chain of local productivities being developed where the protagonists are women. As the administration of Cassandra municipality, as far as our role allows, we try to support women entrepreneurs. And I'm asking how 𝗍𝗍, W20 and the women MPs can support women so that they become the protagonists in these productivity chains from the first until the last step. Are there any ways so that women from small communities, like in Cassandra municipality, for example, to be under a protection umbrella and via European financing instruments enhance their presence in these business sectors? Thank you, Mayor. Dear Anastasia, all four of us have the same problems. We try to find time. We try to create time throughout the day so as to play all the roles that we have. There is a very creative situation in the Cassandra municipality, as in other places in Greece as well. But I think that we can have some solutions because we do have NSRF funds for women that you can utilize. I think also that you can collaborate with 𝗍𝗍 and create an umbrella of education for upskilling and manufacturing. Upskilling is an important program that Digital Europe supports, and this means that from making jars of marmalade and up to creating marketing messages online so as to reach out to international audiences, we have a lot of skills to be developed. The last thing to say here is that EBRD also has a lot of programs that has a good financial instruments for Greece. The chamber president from 𝗟𝗶𝘃𝗲 also participates in this program. We have businesses there that have just one person as just one employee. So we do have some tools and you can use them. Until Maria 𝗟𝗃𝗍𝗲 finds her screen again, let me say that 𝗍𝗍, starting July 1st, has started a series of such actions. Well done. This is a good proposal. I am going to be faster rotating the questions. So, Mrs. 𝗟𝗃𝗍𝗲, thank you. We're going to give the floor right away to the next speaker. Yes, and please allow me to leave because I have a lot of things to do in my office. Thank you very much for having me.
Let's give the floor to Ms. 𝗟𝗃𝗲, who is the co-founder of 𝗏𝗏 in Thessaloniki. Good afternoon. No sound. Can you hear me now? Yes, yes. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to share the same panel with Ms. 𝗟𝗃𝗃𝗲 and Ms. 𝗠𝗠𝗃. My question is the following. Ms. 𝗠�𝗠𝗃, my question has to do with social economy, which, as we know, constitutes the basic pillar of economy in Europe. If we take a look at the past, we will see that in Thessaloniki, it was through this type of partnerships that the city was rebuilt. Today, the women cooperatives are constantly increasing in almost all sectors of the economy, like agronutrition, tourism, research, and many others. Are there any forecasts and predictions with regard to the structure, the benefits, and the strengthening of female entrepreneurship? Thank you very much. The social entrepreneurship is a reality in Greece for the last 10 years. If you remember, it was the first law that was passed 10 years ago for the establishment of cooperatives. We can say that it is the only type of entrepreneurship that is dominated by women. Women are the majority in the sector of social cooperatives. And this is happening because a woman with all the social sensitivities that she has can become very active in the professional sector because she's just inspired by one objective, one purpose. During the years of the financial downturn, when society was trying to find a way out of the big problems, there were many, many endeavors, as you have also said. Our country has actually many opportunities in this type of entrepreneurship. And nowadays, due to the pandemic, it's very important for the for the women social entrepreneurship and social cooperatives to be further strengthened, because it is a very profitable and useful activity. I believe that 𝗍𝗃𝗃 has experience in that sector and makes the most of relevant programs, taking on some important initiatives. In the Balkans, for example, it has taken initiatives in order to strengthen the women entrepreneurship. And as far as I know, there are similar efforts made by municipalities, regions, and we also have successful examples from the private sector. Undoubtedly, we need to communicate all these best practices, and at the same time, there has to be greater mobilization and support. Thank you very much. Thank you warmly. Now, I would like to give the floor to Ms. Alice Kovesi, who is General Director of INGB. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation and for the very interesting discussion. I have a question for Ms. 𝗟𝗃𝗃𝗃. It has to do with the green economy pillar. We all know that by green economy, we mean the economy that leads to the improvement of human prosperity, human well-being, and of equality, while at the same time reducing the environmental risks. Of course, what is needed is bold action and bold initiatives in order to promote gender economy and gender equality, especially in the sector of green economy. And the question is, who are the factors that we need to take into account and that affect the participation of women? Which are the factors we need to take into account in order to empower women in the Greek economy sector? And which are the actions that need to be taken by the European Commission and the European Parliament in that direction? Ms. 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗃, thank you very much for the question. This is something close to my heart, as we say. We are the ones that lead this course of transformation, of change, because we are far more sensitive compared to men, and because we are raising children who are also very sensitive when it comes to climate change and sustainability. I would like to give you just a couple of figures that I have taken from KPMG. 42% of women at a global level and 41% of Greek women are in favor of taking even more strategic decisions in order to combat the pandemic and climate change. 58% globally and 52% increase state that they want to ensure the benefits for sustainability and climate change that have been created by the pandemic. So we can see that these two subjects are in the agenda of women. So what do we need to do about that? The women entrepreneurship has to have in its core sustainability, as this is defined by the European standards and the European legislation. At the same time, we need to take a look at three pillars, three important points. The first has to do with food. I believe that once we finish with chemical strategy and sustainability, we as women, we need to take a more active role in this whole discussion about the safety of food that we use in order to raise our family and our children. The second point has to do with cosmetics. There are cosmetic categories that use chemical products. So the cosmetics need to abide very strict legislation, and we are going to pass a very strict legislation for cosmetics, since the use of chemical products in the cosmetics can cause very serious problems in the long term. And of course, the third point is the spaces where we live and work. We need to take a step forward. We need to have a circular economy at the heart of all our policies. In other words, all the materials used in the houses, in the workspaces need to be circular. The materials used for isolation needs to be circular. Since this is the only way that we can ensure quality of the air and quality of the environment in general. I can only agree with you. Thank you very much. Now let's give the floor to the President of Wine Producers of Aegean Islands and General Secretary of the Greek Wine Association, Ms. 𝗪𝗬𝗬 Good afternoon. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to take part in this discussion and to listen to all these very interesting points. I believe that this will be a starting point for further discussions and for further exchange of views, because what we have in front of us is something that pertains to all sectors. I am involved in tourism and winemaking and sustainable tourism. So all of these three sectors are going to be at the heart of our discussions. We need to deal with all the current challenges when it comes to climate change and environmental production, and we need to promote diversification. Through the Green Agreement, which is a very ambitious endeavor, we are trying to emphasize all these important issues. And I would like to ask you, Ms. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, how can women entrepreneurship help in this direction? Ms. 𝗂𝗂𝗃, good afternoon also, and thank you very much for your intervention. However, I would like you to talk about the woman farmer, woman entrepreneur, because women farmers and entrepreneurs in Greece are lagging behind, and they need all the support they can get. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to see you, even virtually. Earlier on, I was saying that you are one of the few women that are active in this sector, and indeed, female entrepreneurship has a lot to offer also in the sector of agronutrition and of tourism. the gender aspect needs to be clear and distinct. And I would like to agree here with Elena when it comes to the program for the reconstruction of the country in the coming 7 years. This is clear. It is a provision of RRF and NSRF. In other words, there need to be some specialized tools, and the NSRF gives us the opportunity to develop these specialized tools. Moreover, there is another part that refers to women, which is from farm to fork, which is a strategy that has to do with the European food production and has two dimensions. The one dimension is that by the end of 2030, 25% of land should produce organic food, which means that the number of food will decrease since we won't have the possibility to find organic food everywhere, and the prices of the organic food will increase. So here comes the business opportunity for women. Women who are extremely sensitive when it comes to food and are the ones that can be deeply involved in this. The certified organic food is the next best thing for the European markets by 2030, that is. And the second thing is to make sustainable tourism the flag of our country. It's very important today, as of now, not 2030, to see what we are doing with water. And I know that you have a very effective unit responsible for water management, but we need to see how we're using water in our house, how we're using water in the different cultivations. And the third very important point is what we are doing with waste. You know, if we want to talk about a more sustainable business situation when it comes to waste, we should have sorting at the source. And I believe that women businesses can actually play a very important role in that. And I'm saying that for the winemaking sector and for the tourism sector. It is very important to be very active in those sectors. And we need to accelerate our efforts, and at the same time, we need to use the available resources that are channeled to businesses operating in these sectors. And since we have the opportunity to hold this discussion, I would like to touch upon something else mentioned by Ms. 𝗟𝗃𝗃. It would be very original and very interesting to find best practices from other countries that have tried and have managed to incorporate the organic food in tourism sector. We are lagging behind. It is our duty, and it is a major opportunity for tourism to upgrade the product, but also for agri-food sector to evolve. Thank you very much for the answer you gave me. I'm sure that we can actually work together on that matter. Thank you. Thank you. There has been a study conducted by Ms. 𝗟𝗃𝗃 on that matter. Let's include to the discussion Ms. Vaso Kartsakli, who is a co-founder of 𝗏2𝗏 Thessaloniki. Very hard for me to pronounce a co-founder, but anyway, I did it. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. It is an honor to be part of this discussion, to be among so important women and to listen to their views. I would like to ask a question to Ms. 𝗂𝗂𝗃. Ms. 𝗂𝗂𝗃, during the last few years, we are seeing the European Union passing provisions for upgrading the accessibility for people with disabilities, both at the physical environment, but also online. The accessible tourism, however, in our country is almost inexistent, if you allow me to use this word. And we can all see that there are many, many obstacles to its development. Still, there are some interesting female examples that contribute to the development of this accessible type of tourism. Do you think there's going to be interest in strengthening these female initiatives? Thank you very much for the question. It is indeed a very important issue. There is no doubt about that, because the right to travel and to enjoy the unique experiences offered by Greece is a right of all of us. It is the sign of democracy and of civilization. So today it is estimated that people with disabilities represent 15% of a global population, taking into account the increased needs that elderly people also have. In Greece, we have many hotels, many cultural sites, archaeological sites with basic infrastructure and accessibility infrastructure. However, they are not the rule, they are the exception. When I was Minister of Tourism, we issued a ministerial decision on the basis of which we improved the criteria for infrastructure in hotels for people with disabilities, which is actually one of the prerequisites for the classification of hotels with stars. We had also worked with the Ministry of Economy, and we had launched a program for the subsidy of hotels and tourism enterprises, covering 50% of their expenses so as they could turn their venues into accessible venues. And we had also an initiative in 2019 with the Office of Social Policies of the then Prime Minister Alexis Tsipras. It was the program that was called Beaches for Everyone, in the context of which we were subsidizing the coastal municipalities of the country to install mechanism for the access of people with disabilities to the sea, and at the same time to install special mechanisms for wheelchairs, to create special parking for these people. And as you said, many people took part in this program, and we have now very successful examples of accessible tourism. It is also very positive the fact that recently we have had some information platforms for travelers, which allows them to get information regarding the accessibility of the hotels they're going to visit. Of course, needs need to be implemented all around Greece, but for that, the local authorities should do something, not only the state. I can only praise the work of the mayor of Glyfada, 𝗟𝗶𝗃𝗃. I'm live close by, and I saw that he has ensured accessibility to all beaches of Glyfada. He has installed state-of-the-art mechanisms, and his example should be conveyed to all municipalities in Greece. Moreover, this issue should be approached holistically so as to ensure accessible infrastructure in tourism, transport, and overall in public and private spaces. And at this point, I would like to add, and I will close with that tourists, visitors in Europe and globally they are very eager to travel. And visitors with disabilities have a companion with them. They have the family, they have a specialized person. So I would say that this is a type of social tourism that brings about a lot of revenue. So if our country manages to upgrade all infrastructure and all services addressed to people with disabilities, then we will have a very profitable and healthy tourism. And if you allow me, I would like to refer to tourism and agro-tourism. We had promoted extensively the agro-nutrition. We believe that tourism can connect various different sectors and showcase them. We have visitors coming in Greece and enjoying our gastronomy and getting to know the products. We can actually export these products so that these visitors can find them in their countries. But generally speaking, quality of food creates beautiful memories. Psychologically, when a tourist enjoys a quality product, he will forever remember this experience. When a tourist tastes quality products, smells quality products, enjoys the colors, then there is no doubt, and this has been proven, that he will become a loyal tourist, a tourist that will be coming back to our country. Thank you very much. I fully agree with you. Thank you very much. One last question. Ms. 𝗟𝗶𝘃𝗿𝗀, who is Business Development Director of Ad Strategy.
Good afternoon. A question for Ms. 𝗟𝗃𝗃. From Eastern Macedonia and Thrace, 𝗘𝗂𝗿𝗃𝗃. I am very happy that I am in this team in this meeting today. Very quickly, I would like to pose a question based on what has been said until now. I express a minority of women, of women entrepreneurs of our area, of our region. We are too few here. And very few women have been working in local government as well. Nevertheless, we are very happy that we hear, Mrs. 𝗟𝗃𝗃, that you're very sensitive in these matters. But I would like to share with you the following. We have heard a lot about European policies, but sometimes these policies do not reach down to the daily life for women citizens. We have high-level policies that, however, are not implemented in the lower parts of the society where people are and where people live their daily lives. So there is a need to create new types of programs that will be more accessible for all women, so that many women have the opportunity to participate in these tools, to implement, to augment their talents, etc. So I think that this is important. Since you are a politician, you know you know better than us how a policy can become productive for the citizens. So I would like to see some programs and some structures that will help the actual women in real life. I believe that knowledge is number one, and engagement. The basic problem that we have in the implementation of many policies is the way that the people are engaged, starting from families and women. We are having the keys, and we carry the message in the family. What is important is that we can increase knowledge and see what exists, what tools exist. And the other thing has to do with the specialization of programs. I do agree with you. Very few people, for example, know that we have just launched a specialized tool for women entrepreneurs, so 19 to 29 years old. So knowledge is very important. We have to know the programs. The second thing is specialized programs. And the third thing is complementarity. The monies of European funds are not enough. We know this program, and we have seen that it is very valuable. Many women have been given technical assistance. Indeed, the European monies are not enough. Funds have to be enlarged and complemented by the national budget or national tools. Loans could be another facility of very high interest rates. Special purpose vehicles are a keyword, is a keyword for this kind of implementations. Targeted financing for entrepreneurship is a discussion that we have to do with 𝗍𝗍 so as to see what to fight for. Thank you, Ms. ภิράκη. I think that this is a purpose, a goal for all of us. Thank you for this magnificent experience today. Thank you, Ms. ภิράκη and Ms. Koundoura. I would like to thank all the entrepreneurs that were among us. I want to ask Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝘃𝗲𝘀 to repeat this meeting with physical presence. Thessaloniki, for example, would be a very good place for this. I just want to add that women do not know which are the options that exist, not only in Greece, but in other countries as well. That's why in the European Parliament, via resolutions, we have asked information to be more accessible to women so that they can know what kind of financing programs exist. Mrs. ภิράκη mentioned a few of these tools, but it is important that to say that Horizon Europe, Invest in Youth, the European Fund Plus, Cohesion Fund, the Fund of Regional Development that focus on women's entrepreneurship, also Sea and Fishing and Fisheries Fund, Interreg, Erasmus Plus, other programs that can be accessed by women. Let me close with a small example. The European Council of Innovation funds emerging technologies by an accelerator, which is the Innovation Fund for the creation and upgrade of small technology businesses. It has recently mentioned that it will focus to women entrepreneurs in the technology sector. But of course, this information has to pass through all women, because the major vehicle is the Recovery Fund. So EU member states have to introduce in their plans all these tools and instruments that promote gender equality. The national authorities and local authorities depict the actual needs and convey the messages to the local communities. So these kind of bodies and online hubs, like the EU Gate, for example, platform of Europe. So we need to utilize all these kind of tools so as to support all women so that they can have digital access to information and training, so they can know exactly which are these kind of opportunities. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you for being with us. I hope that we'll have you with us in some future meeting. Allow me now to change the language so that we can speak in English for our next panel.
So it's time to move on to the second panel entitled Discussion about the Future of the Network of Female Entrepreneurship Ambassadors. With great pleasure and honor, we welcome Mrs. Dana Andriana ภิράκη from the European Commission, GROW, as well as the President of 𝗍𝗍, Mrs. Elina 𝗟𝗶𝘃𝗲𝘀.
Thank you.
Hello again.
Thank you.
I welcome my dear friend Dana from the Commission, from DG Grow. Dana is our hero in the Commission since she's pulling out all the agenda about female leadership in order for that to be always on the top of the priorities of DG Grow. Dana and I know each other for quite a long time, so we are going to discuss very quickly, because we are lacking a little bit in time, about the policies of the European Commission related to the gender issues, and especially about the policies of supporting women in the economy, in entering the economy. So, Dana, can you tell us what you are preparing over there?
All right. Thank you. Thank you for such a nice introduction. And thank you for inviting me. I really am happy that I'm here because I feel I'm not alone. You know, in my job at the Commission, I'm alone. I support women entrepreneurs, but I'm the only one. So I'm really happy to see you here. I feel like, you know, I have you on my side. So what I can tell you is that, and you know it already, but I repeat it, so we're trying to support women entrepreneurs, and we're trying to see which are the barriers and to try and remove them with our constraint and with our limited budget. I already heard in the session before talk about, you know, the EU funds, and, you know, they are what they are. There is a limit and a boundary, but we're trying to promote women entrepreneurs. We want them to become the best version of themselves, to really achieve their full potential. So this is my work and the colleagues that I can mobilize. And in DG Grow, we do it a lot with the tools of entrepreneurship education, because we support entrepreneurship education. We have this very nice framework, the entrepreneurship competence framework, that's for changing the mindset. And in that framework, we try to put programs to support the learning of women entrepreneurs, mentoring, coaching. So you've seen a little bit on 𝗜𝗺𝗃𝗃. So I hope, Lina, that you introduce everybody on 𝗜𝗃𝗃. We hope to do other things connected to 𝗜𝗃𝗃, but this is what we have, this platform where we try to offer these networks to women entrepreneurs, but also a space of learning, because a lot, I was happy to see real women entrepreneurs here and in the session before, because every time I asked what they would need financial literacy, mentoring, coaching, this kind of support. So the limited funds that we have, we try to put them in this space. So we try to channel it in this. So to try and offer this space for women. So in the future also, we'll try to stay in this space. We have this SME strategy. So I'm in the unit that's in charge of SME policy. So we have the SME strategy. And in the SME strategy, what we're saying there, so yes, this learning for women, we support it. We want women to become successful entrepreneurs, and also to be able to face the challenges of what we call the twin transitions. So digitalization and sustainability. With the pandemic, the digitalization was accelerated with the good and the bad. We saw both sides. So we're still trying to offer support there, because I'm sure you heard Sherry speak here before, like there is still a gap. So women are not as digital. I myself, I'm not as digital as I would like to be. So there is a gap there. So that's that. And also sustainability, it poses a lot of challenges because we're new in this space and we ask women entrepreneurs to become sustainable. We know they're more sustainable than men entrepreneurs, but we want to offer some support on these challenges. So we're trying to design now at the European Commission some support schemes to see how can we help, and we help all entrepreneurs, but women is a special category because we know women have more barriers and we know there is this bias. So that's why we have special category of women entrepreneurs. I'm sure you talked about this here. So we try to see what we can offer to actually, to get that potential out there and to have women be the best that they can be. So I'll stop at that. I'm sure Lina has some questions for me.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I would like your personal input on some best practices on what actually promoted female leadership as an attitude, as a philosophy in Europe, because there has been several programs the last 50 years. I'm involved in so many of those. Some were extremely successful, some were not as successful as they should be, but there are some of them that actually did their job. So on your personal view, what is a good program, a best practice program?
All right. Thank you, Lina. And thank you for emphasizing it's my personal view. Like this, I won't get in trouble for what I say.
No,
so thank
promise,
you.
I promise. Nobody's hearing you. So
yeah, it's a safe space because every time, when we talk with women, we need a safe space. In every webinar and place I go, we need a safe space. This is how women are, and we have to accept it and acknowledge it. So what I would say, so for my personal experience, what works well is programs that encourage confidence. And even I am trying to design now something where we even go to girls. So yes, we have the adult women, but we try to get earlier to build this confidence, because we have these studies out that say, when you ask a man and a woman, how confident are you that you can get this funding or that you can start this company, women would score less because they're less confident. Wherever a man would say, I'm 100%, a woman would be at 80%. So I really believe that whatever we try and put in place, for instance, some small programs to encourage more girls and women in STEM areas, so girls, so that they study more, even though the gap there is not as big, but in the adult, in the profession is bigger. So we try to promote these professions to women. If we can couple that with building, increasing in confidence and knowing, feeling confident and use those capabilities and resources that you have, I think those are the successful ones, because women have those resources, they just don't know, and sometimes they're not aware or they don't use them. So I really would put a lot of emphasis on building this confidence. And in this entrepreneurship competence approach, is like you said, Lina, it's the attitude. So it's not only the knowledge that I have, and we know women are very educated, it's not only the skills, and we know women have lots of skills, it's the attitude. If I'm positive about them, if I know I can do it, then I will be more likely to succeed. So I really believe in this. So I try to do my best with with the resources that I have at the European Commission to emphasize this, to push this confidence building, because I think it's important. The other access to finance, I have some other colleagues who work on this smart financing to increase women in the investor side, so that's very good. But I think we have to couple that with this confidence. And you see, when women go to pitch to investors, this confidence is really important. And then, of course, we have to work on the other side with the, questions asked. We know investors are biased questions when they ask women and men. They don't ask the same questions. We know that. But I really believe this confidence approach, and unfortunately, it happens very early. So you have to catch those girls, very, very early. The confidence starts to plummet, and you really have to catch them there. So for me, this is, wherever I see a program that has this mindset building and increasing, boosting the confidence, yes, I think it has a chance to lead to more successful women entrepreneurs.
Dana, you already have designed a very nice tender about girls in STEM. That is, it has been just being launched, and the deadline is on the 9th of August. So thank you for that, for doing all that. I'm going to go to just one last question here in the remark, because we have international guests and we wouldn't like them to be any more delayed from their schedule. So I would like your input on how you felt about the Female Entrepreneurs Ambassadors Network that was launched in 2010 in Europe, but unfortunately after 2014, somewhere there we lost it.
Thank you for this question. I actually was talking to a friend of mine today about this, because I was trying to recover a little bit the institutional memories, because it looks like it was a great initiative, and I don't know why it was discontinued. Fortunately or unfortunately, it was before my time. This is how it is in the European Commission. Sometimes this memory of the institution, it gets lost. So nothing I can comment on that. I think it's a very good initiative, because this ambassador role, it's an ambassador of promoting something positive, encouraging women on that. It's a role model, and I think women need role models. And I'm happy that with the great work that you're doing, Lina, I'm happy you call them ambassadors, because if you call them only role models, it's just one example that we can take the good and the bad, because we're all human. We have parts that work and things that work work less. But ambassador is something that promotes, you know, I show you this entrepreneurship is a path, is a career path. It's a model to follow. So I really like what you do, and I hope other countries will follow it, and we'll try to support you at the European level with what we can so that it starts again, you know. Maybe this time it had to start in Greece and not from us. I would say for me, it's a positive example that it starts for you and I follow, because if I start and you guys follow, that it comes from the EU level. It's not so much, it's a little bit top down. So I prefer that you guys started and then I try to support, you know, I try to mobilize all the support and resources that I can put together to support you. And I think it's a wonderful initiative. And I hope you will, you know, convince those undecided women out there. And I hope that it will work also to increase the confidence. I hope seeing these ladies there and seeing their energy would kind of encourage, you know, younger female entrepreneurs, maybe that, you know, I want to be like that and I want to do it and I want to join the network. So I think it's wonderful. And so congratulations, Lina, that you put this together. I know you are talking to me for a long time. I'm really happy that it came together. It's like your baby now, it's coming. So now it has to grow. So really good luck with that. And let me know how I can support.
The news of this panel, because we are relaunching a very successful model that it was built in European Commission. Anna Dandi was the initiator when she was working at your position, another Greek lady. It was a really successful network that gave role models, but something more, as you said, ambassadors in all Europe. So women could identify themselves in this women that were promoted, and so we are relaunching the network with the auspices of the Hellenic, with the Ministry of Development and Investment in Greece, and of course we are hoping to rebuild the network for all Europe, because we did identify that it was a really best practice project. Dana, thank you so much for being here with us. I apologize for the delays, but the questions for the MPs were really important to be replied. We'll have the time to have an open discussion again with you. Ellie, the floor back to you. Thank you, Dana, for being with us.
Many thanks.
Thank you so much.
Many thanks to Mrs. Dana Doiana Piorel and you, Lina, Mrs. Lina 𝗟𝗶𝘃, for this very interesting discussion. Now it's time to welcome our good friend, my very good friend, a very good friend of mine, and colleague in other channels, Mrs. Maria 𝗟𝗶𝘃, who will coordinate the third panel entitled W20 Head of Delegations.
Okay,
Okay.
Thank you, Ellen. Thank you so much. It's a great honor for me being introduced by you, since Ellen 𝗟𝗶𝘃 is a great colleague and a great friend from me. And also she is the head of a very important NGO here in Greece, as far as αυτοάνωσα, how do you call αυτοάνωσα νοσήματα?
Autoimmune disease.
Exactly, which are multiplied, especially this period of COVID. Okay, thank you so much for being here with you today. I would like to thank also the organizers, Lina and 𝗍𝗍, for this invitation. We're going to have a very interesting discussion on the impact of W20 in the lives of European women. Without further delay, let me introduce the next panel. Today with us is Mrs. Marasco Elvira. She's the head of Italian W20 delegation. If I'm making mistakes with pronunciation, it's because I don't speak Italian, Turkish, or Canadian. So correct me if I'm mistaken the surnames. Let me also welcome Mrs. 𝗟𝗶𝘃. If this is the right pronunciation, she's the head of the EU W20 delegation. Mrs. Gülden Türktan, she is the head of Turkey's W20 delegation, W20. And also let me introduce Alison Kirkland. She is the head of W20 Canadian delegation. Welcome from Athens. I would like to show you my background. Actually, I'm by the sea in a village called Porto Rafti. And I would prefer to have another background, but the noise is a bit weird, so I have to have this wall behind me. Okay, we have almost an hour at our disposal. So I suggest 7 minutes introduction by each, which give us almost half an hour for, let's say, Q&A rounds. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So let me start with the head of Italian W20 delegation, which has also the presidency, Mrs. 𝗪𝗮𝗃𝗲. Elvira, welcome, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. The pronunciation is perfect. Thank you. Don't worry. I'm very happy to be here. First of all, because me and Lina, we know each other since a long time, and it was time to see again. And I wait for Lina in Italy because she will be one of the moderators of one of our panel. We will share with you the final agenda on Monday. Here we are, almost at the end. So I was listening all these beautiful friends, and really I was reflecting how many problems we still have to face. We are raving now more than ever. I think we have the tools to change things. I am an optimist. Just I want to say this. I am always an optimist. I have an optimist vision of the life. In my opinion, the W20 is the best thing that could happen to women in the modern era. A moment of great sharing and also the possibility of asserting our rights. It's not easy, everybody knows. One, I cannot say obstacle, but let's say small problem is certainly the cultural diversity of the various components of the W20, and also the fact that each country has different policies with respect to gender. We try to overcome all these difficulties, but they exist. Let's say that we start from a common basis, which is the communiqué of the previous years. We try to follow the guideline of the presidents, of the presidencies which was before us. This is my personal opinion, I think that we should start to have a document that be modified. This year, there was the pandemic that highlighted problems that we insider already knew. Nothing new, that the women also, they have to pay a lot more than men. Everybody knows. Also my nephew knows. And in any case, I have always highlighted too many requests, too many discussions. It is then difficult to follow the state of the work, difficult to get too many points accepted. We, as the Italian presidencies, have focused on violence against women and sustainability. These are the two topics which underlines our presidencies. We also brought gender medicine experts to tell the reality of things. The fact that much research is still androcentric. I don't know if you know that. I discovered this and I was really a little bit shocked. They make medicines that have only been tested on men, the most part of them. They start with the male mouse and then in an infinitesimal percentage also test on women. It means that we take the same pill from women and men with different results. So I think it's important to refine the request of our communiqué. I believe that the choice of delegates is very important because we need specific skills. We won't have talents. I don't know who talked about talents before. I think was the 𝗪𝗮𝗃𝗲𝘀. She talked about talents. Yeah, women are talented, not all, because we cannot say it should be too much. But when we found a talented woman, it's like a pearl in the sea. I think also we reflect as presidencies that it's very important to have a permanent observatory to ensure that all this work that each presidency does with the delegates can be consulted by all women or men. Because you know that G20 have not a permanent secretariat. The group's agenda and its activities are established by the rotating presidencies in collaboration with the other member countries. So which means that when we will finish the presidencies, the Italian presidencies, we will have the handover to Indonesia, which is the country oncoming. And we don't have an observatory, like a secretariat, something which can be held from all the countries which belongs to the G20, with all the documents, which are a lot, not only from our presidencies, but also from the presidencies of the past. This could be something that we would like to try to do. It's not easy, because talking is easy. When you have to add something like this, you need a lot of different things. First of all, the volunteers and money. But if you think that the countries that are part of the G20 represent more than 80% of the world GDP, the 70% of global trade and 60% of the planet's population, I think we could do this big of effort. You know that the ensure of continuity of the work is a troika, was established, made up of the country that holds the presidency, its predecessor and its successor. However, I believe that W20 should have a stable view. This is something that we will discuss, I think, in our next step. Gender equality should become a strategic, crucial point of government's agenda, because advances in gender equality increases the GDP. Everybody knows this. Also, the people who is walking now, running on the road. If I stop him, and I ask him, do you think that gender equality should become a state? He say yes, yes, yes. Everybody knows. Why they don't do that? So you know that women are the half of the world. I don't understand why some people that did not reflect on this. I think that it takes a lot of patience and also a lot of competencies. I think that it is important periodically to do training also with all the delegation of the Women 20 to be always in a superior skills. And I believe that the creation of this stable observatory could be very important. Because I believe in the strength of women, but we must be also very intelligent to do lobby, especially with the institution. When we start the presidencies, we immediately established an excellent relationships with the competent institution. Our Minister for Equal Opportunities and Family is always present and helps us. We know how to work as a team, but we must raise the bar and make sure that the civil society will represent will be a fundamental actor to improve our society. We are very strong. Civil society is very strong. Now with this W20, really, we can underline our strongness. We are lucky because most of our delegates are very special person. I want to say this. Now, yes, we are working together, but I think that with some of this, we became friends. And we see this is an aspect that really I like very much. I was just to finish and say that everybody talk about how was increasing the role of the women in the work world. I want to say that in 2020, the proportion of women in senior management roles globally grew to 29%, the highest number ever recorded. Okay, we are lucky, we are very happy, but it's not enough. It's still not enough. This is really, we can do better and better. We in Italy now, we are seeing that there are many women that they are in apical position. we are very happy, but the proportion of women in senior leadership differs by roles, because women are overrepresented in support function like administration, while men tend to be concentrated in operation. I don't understand these differences. Profit and loss especially, and research and development, all viewed as critical experiences for CEO and board level position. In 2020, 40% of human resources directors are women, compared to 70% of chief marketing officers. I believe in numbers, but I really would like to see things in a very short time at the same level. Because if we want to have also a worldwide vision, we can see that some of the countries we belong to the G20, they have, like India, has the third lowest global representation of women managers, ahead of only South Korea and Japan. So what does it mean? That maybe things are changing here in Italy, are improving, but it's not the same things which is happening in India. So the role of Women 20 is this: try to do the difference. We try. Really, we try. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation and your optimistic speech. You're Italian, of course you're optimistic.
I am ancestors from Norway, but I am Italian 100%.
Because you don't look Italian at all, I have to say.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. I will come back to you with, in order to elaborate what can be done with this observatory, and what other difficulties you face in order to implement the policies you work on. Thank you so much. Let me carry on with our next speaker. She's 𝗟𝗶𝘃𝗲𝘀. She's the head of the EU W20 delegation. 𝗟𝗶, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Microphone, there we are. Kalimera.
Kalimera.
My Greek is not the best of the 6 languages I speak, but I do try. And I wanted to just start with the feeling that this gathering is giving me is about how much solidarity there actually is among women, and an image that, especially I think during the pandemic, and all of us doing this kind of work, including our brave and fearless leader, Lina, who has brought us all together today, whom I want to personally thank very profoundly. We are burning the candle at both ends and the middle. Women are under a lot of pressure during the pandemic, and I think us in particular on the front line, dealing with the challenges and trying to run interference and trying to make sure that women do not become even more marginalized coming out of the crisis that we are facing. I just am really inspired by the idea that when I put my head on my pillow at night, that I know I have colleagues in Japan and in India and in Greece and in Italy who are picking up the baton or holding up the flashlight or whatever it is and continuing the work, so I can try to rest on both ears, as the Belgians say. And I think this is a really reassuring thought for us as women, and maybe helps us to keep struggling through these really especially difficult times for women in particular. So thank you for this invitation. I want to keep to the time. I have a long presentation here, but I want to blow through it rather quickly. First, with just a little bit of background on the EU Women 20 organization, which was launched in Germany in 2017 and participated in the G20 meetings in the interim, and then has kind of gone through a renaissance or a growth phase from startup to scale up maybe in the past year with 7 delegates, including working group activities that are being built out. and with a very important note that we represent the largest, in a sense, and most diverse delegation, multilateral delegation in the W20, G20. And I think this echoes some of what Elvira is saying, that is the challenges of working globally, but also the clear advantages of having this focus on inclusion and diversity. I have to stay on my, these are our current delegates that you see represent a cross-section of European countries and organizations that are kind of outside of those countries that have a direct voice in the G20. So this is an explicit mission of the W20 EU delegation now. And of course, we welcome the participation of active members like Greece who need this, who deserve this voice as well. So also why such great applause for Lina and the work of Greece on this point. The working groups that we have established with this organization that is very much in the seminal stage are these here, with a lot of movement, because again, the work falls on the shoulders of our delegates who are experts in their domains and all of whom have their plates overfull, obviously, just like all of us. As Elvira kind of also alluded to, the subjects that are treated at the W20 actually change based on the priorities set by the G20 and then adopted or internalized in the W20. These are some of the areas that we have focused on in the past and some of the most sticky subjects, which obviously span the gamut of all of those issues that are of interest to women. Some of the challenges, also as Elvira mentioned, are this, how we are handing the baton off from one secretariat to the next over time, also understanding that this is a relatively new initiative. And these same challenges are also evident in our EU delegation. We don't have a paid secretariat. These roles are not fully resourced, but obviously that is the vision of where we want to go. What are the opportunities is just the flip side of that. Europe is the democratic social ideal for the world, I believe. And this is why we have a huge opportunity for leadership, drawing on all of the diversity, all of the work. Sometimes when we reflect on everything that there is still left to do, we forget how much we are actually accomplishing. And this is why it was so great to hear from our members of European Parliament today and from Dana from the European Commission to talk about, even though it seems there's so much more for us to do, there is a long road that we have actually traversed up until this point. And I think these experiences and this leadership from the EU is of critical importance in the larger question of the W20 and the G20. I just wanted to quickly highlight some of the reasons why I'm also the co-chair of the working group on digital for Italy. And so this is a particular area of interest for me, also as the founder of the Digital Leadership Institute in Brussels, but also with Lina in our work with the Women Entrepreneurship Platform of Europe. These are two very critical focus areas, starting with technology. So I just want to quickly highlight some of the opportunities and challenges there, and just show that despite the progress that we have in Europe, these things that I think are worth sharing, our work is actually not done. Women in Europe are less likely to have access to the internet. If you especially look at these rural areas that have also been talked about in today's discussions, women are more likely to have no or low digital skills, less likely by far to become an IT professional, less likely to start an IT startup, and less likely to get funding of a tech startup or startups of any kind. So this is like on the ground what the statistics are that are representing those comments that were made earlier today. And that, do we know that this represents 12 million women more in Europe who have no or low digital skills compared to men, and that represents 2% of the EU adult population. This statistic, which is more disturbing for me, is that despite the explosive growth of the digital economy, of the digital society, of digitalization that has affected every facet of our lives, do we realize that the participation of women as IT experts has flatlined in Europe, which is arguably one of the most, it is the most digitalized region in the world after South Africa. So this begs the question of, you know, even if we have these opportunities with the Green New Deal, if we have the funding for, you know, the digital transformation and gender equality, how do we reach those women to have them becoming IT experts and launching their enterprises that are not only digitally enabled, but also digitally or technologically focused? Today, this statistic is only 1 in 10 founders of tech startups in Europe. And I think even that number is very optimistic. And then when we look at the funding that they receive, even in the sectors that are related to the green digital transformation, so some of the things that were mentioned by Madame 𝗟𝗃𝗍, energy, food tech, health tech, real estate, transport, travel, also touching on, you know, tourism and such, we see that there is serious discrimination, sexism in the funding that is actually happening. So even when women start up in these sectors, they get disproportionately less money. And this is a heat map that shows you in startups that are only led by women, that the funding is extremely unacceptably low. So we don't know what the impact is on Europe's, or what the lost effect is of not engaging women fully in these sectors is. We don't know what the impact is. We don't know what the missed opportunity is for employment and job creation. And this is then, for me, why, you know, some of the call for action points that we have in Europe to take up, but we also have and are taking up with the W20 at the global level. And this is creating a cross-cutting structural, I guess, infrastructure, policy structure to demand support for women entrepreneurs across the European Commission, across the funding streams, and even investing more in, you know, lovely Dana, as terrific as she is, represents 1/3 of one person in the entire European Commission who is actually responsible for women entrepreneurs as a policy area. So this is unacceptable.
Sum up.
Yes, we don't have an overarching framework to support women entrepreneurs. We have a whole list of to-do items here. And of course, this is what we are taking up at the European and at the global level.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your detailed presentation. And let me carry on now with, is 𝗟𝗃𝗃𝗀 with us, or should I give the floor to Mrs. Kirkland?
Unfortunately, Gülden is not connected. Something went on with her connection.
All right.
So we'll wait for her later.
Alison. Alison, please, the floor is yours. We can't hear you, actually. Can you check with your sound?
You forget to take the mute off.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine now. Great.
Thank you so much for inviting me to be here today. It is an absolute honor to speak with these distinguished women. And I'm relatively new to the W20 in the sense that when I took on my role as the CEO of Women's Enterprise Organizations of Canada, not quite 2 years ago, I started to get involved or to follow the W20. So my passion is women entrepreneurs. And so I'm very excited to be here and to be part of this conversation. So I spoke with our head of the delegation, and we just talked about some of the things that are super important for the W20 in Canada, and the fact that the participation in Canada is from across the country and representing a variety of sectors and perspectives. So it's very interesting, and this participation allows us to envision global issues and how they affect Canadian women and women around the world. And I think that that perspective is so incredibly important as we move forward and address the issues that face women, whether they be entrepreneurs or in any other of their very many roles. So from a Canadian delegation perspective, we have so much to learn. We also have lots to share. And so I thought I would take a moment or two just to talk a little bit about the work that I do with Women's Enterprise Organizations of Canada, which is a national organization bringing together the organizations that work directly with women entrepreneurs across the country. And our goal is really to ensure that the folks who, or the women who are working with those entrepreneurs, have the skills and the tools and the resources to support women at whatever business stage they're at so that they can be successful. And we know how important women are to the economy and the economic impact that they are making. So in 2018, our government recognized or really, what do I say, really committed to women entrepreneurs and created a significant strategy which enabled the Women's Enterprise Organizations of Canada to be established. Prior to that, it had operated on a volunteer basis. And so for the last 2 years, we've had a national office and have been working to bring together all of the organizations that are supporting women entrepreneurs, with the goal, as I said, of providing the resources, but also of connecting women across the country who are working with women entrepreneurs so that they can share knowledge and experiences and their expertise and perspectives. And I think that that is a huge part of what we do in Canada. And I think beyond that, then it can translate into the work that is being done internationally. I was just looking at Mrs. Van Dijk's call to action, and all of the items on that list are certainly of tremendous importance to the work that we're doing in Canada, and trying to, as we would say, even the playing field so that there is participation and that supply chains are accessible, that venture capital is accessible. But more importantly, perhaps, is just the day-to-day access to financing to allow a woman to start and to grow her business. That has been a tremendous issue and remains an issue. And while some of the organizations that are our members do have their own loan funds to provide specifically to women entrepreneurs, not all organizations across the country have that benefit. And so it is certainly something that we are looking to do, because it is the impetus for starting and growing and being successful. And when women entrepreneurs are successful, we know that they don't only contribute to the national economy and the impact that they have, but it is the local economies in their region, in their city, in their neighborhood, but also in the to work in the terms of just the good practices that they bring to sharing their knowledge and skills with their community. So we're very excited to be here. I'm just looking at my notes to make sure I've touched on what I wanted to say, but you know, we recognize that, you know, successful entrepreneurs have tremendous impact on the family. It creates wealth, and it provides women with options. And I think that that's the most important, so that they can make their decisions and be successful at that. So it provides a legacy for their family. And those are the things that we really want to touch on. And I think it encompasses so much of what is an important aspect of the W20 is the security, the health, you know, action against violence. So all of this, you know, result is, you know, the ability to make decisions and to operate a business successfully are so important. So I think that that's sort of everything I wanted to touch on as an introduction. Thank you again for allowing me to be here, and I turn it back to our moderator.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your introduction. Actually, we have 10-15 minutes left for a quick round of Q&As. Can we talk with Mrs. Turktan or not yet? Not yet. Okay, so we'll start the second round, but when she's connected again,
Mrs. Turktan is connected.
Is she? Are you here? Can we, because I don't see her. Can we hear Mrs. Turktan? Yes, it's fine. Okay, great. Then the floor is yours without further delay.
And by the year 2025, 25% less gap in women's employment. This was an opportunity because going there and saying, we want to be there, they are inviting you. They have found out the value through academic studies that woman has a value. Women bring sustainable development to the country. So this is very important, and we must get a good hold of it. And I can see from this meeting, I know Lina, and I have met some of the ladies, and I know W20, we can get a very good hold of this opportunity that is being provided by G20 countries. G20 countries make up 85% of the world's economy. The problem right now is that 85% has fallen down for everybody due to the pandemic. And now we have to build back better together. If we leave it to only one gender to build it back, it will not be very different. We women have to work much harder to build it back better because we have definitely lost more than men in this pandemic. As you know, pay gap is there, employment gap is there, all kinds of gaps are there, and women are coming from behind. And who has lost in this pandemic is the ones that are coming from behind. It's women. It's more than 25%. So we have to cover up that lost ground now in front of us. I have a famous story that I wish to tell you and then leave the floor for questions. One small city in the mid of Anatolia was going to select a mayor for their city. And this has been quite controversial, and the TV stations asked to young boys from 8 to 11, 12. Who should be the mayor? Who are you proposing to be a candidate for mayor from your own household, your mother or your father? All the boys said, my mother tries to keep the house in order. She tries to save. She tries to do the best for us. So I suggest my mother as the mayor to the city. And when they were grown-ups, they were asked, who would you propose from your own household as the mayor? And almost 100 of them said, my father, of course. My mother has to cook and look after us. So we have to get out of this thing that is holding us back, and encouragement. We need to encourage women. It's already said in this meeting. So I will end my words with that. We need to educate, we need to encourage, we need to make women more fancier in all respects, and we have to hold each other's hand to do that all over the G20 countries and all other countries. I accept Greece as a G20 country because Greece is a part of European Union, so we can do it very well.
Thank you. I love to thank our neighbor. You're in Bodrum now. I'm in 𝗟𝗶𝘃𝗲𝗃. I'm watching, I have a Aegean view. So we change the view of the sea, which is very important, since the sea is bringing us closer, I think.
Yes.
Since we have only 7 minutes left, and there are so many topics we could start discussing, I suggest that each of you has, let's say, 2 minutes for summing up, and mainly focusing on how, at the end of the day, practically, the work done in these committees, and that ends up in policy level, and how these committees can really change women's lives. And also, if you want to mention your main obstacles in this effort, but please try to be concise, 2 minutes for each. Let me start with Elvira.
Here we are. Less than 2 minutes. I just want to underline one thing, that we have to work hard as usual, because the women, they bear the brunt of many, many things. And we have to work on the issue and not give up. We have to watch, because all the suggestions that we are doing here in these presidencies, in the past presidencies, we have to be sure that they will have a follow-up. We have to be aware of committees. We have to pay attention to these committees that discuss gender-related laws. Always stay in trenches, because ours is a matter of, it's not a war. I don't want to say this word. It's a battle, okay? We need to pay attention, because when you lose the attention, maybe things are changing suddenly. We have a very small relation with all the institutions to push, to be sure that all the things that we suggest, they could be really done to resolve this issue. Now we are talking about something which is prehistoric. we are not talking about a modern society. So I think the only thing to do is just to be always like if we are going to the battle every morning, not in uniform.
Ready for battle every day. That's a bit true, actually. Thank you, Elvira. Thank you, Mrs. Marasco, for your presentation and your comments. And Cyril, the floor is yours for 2 minutes. Is it Cheryl or Cheryl? Where are you from originally?
Cheryl. I'm American by birth and Belgian by adoption. So I have.
Van Duke is Belgian.
But Cheryl is so English, isn't it?
Yes, English, yeah, Cheryl.
I try to avoid the word fight. I try to stay away from this, kind of militaristic thinking that I think is very gendered. And it's kind of something we knew we can bring to the discussion, but it's very hard to avoid. It's true. So I'm going to try and spin this in a positive way because I am also a perpetual optimist, almost stupidly so, I think. And just this silly thing that we always hear, which is be the change that you want to see. I'm sure all of you have already owned this idea, but with 3 specific points. 1, let's avoid the typical stumbling blocks that happen among women, among women's organizations, and embrace our diversity, which is always a challenge, but we need to be the change that we want to see. So we have to also work embracing this diversity and inclusion. We should also, oh gosh, I can't read my own writing. The other point I really wanted to say, oh yes, to bring from the, like Elvira is saying, from our aloof decision-making level to continue the work at the grassroots, and also translate the communique that is delivered by the W20 and a platform that we hope to have long-term to keep pressure on our local politicians and our national and regional politicians. And finally, give ourselves our own KPIs for delivering the change that we want to see, because otherwise these panels can become lip service if we ourselves in our own lives don't look to bootstrap each other. And that means, how many times a day have you given a referral for a woman? How many times a day have you lifted up the most aggressive, the most ambitious woman in the room without cross-checking her, without second-guessing her? How many times have you given a woman the opportunity for the job, or opened up to her on LinkedIn if it's a random cold call? So I also try in my own daily life to stop my knee-jerk reaction, which is to put the brake or to be suspicious of women who approach me, and be very open to that and question.
We have 2 more minutes for 2 more.
And that's it. So live the vision that you want to see.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you so much, Cheryl. Alison, the floor is yours. Your conclusion.
Everything that has been said up to now is so powerful and impactful, and I couldn't agree more with everything that has been said. I think, if there is a silver lining to the pandemic, and, that it's a reach to actually find a silver lining, but it has enabled us to connect. We don't have to be in person. And so that provides us with the opportunity to really have good discussion. It's not an excuse because we're not in the same room. So if we can use that as an opportunity to continue the dialogue, and to make sure, as both the previous speakers said, is to keep the foot sort of on the gas and not let up. I think that is so important, and to learn from each other. There are amazing best practices around the world, and so we simply need to nuance those for our own situation and build on that. And so, yeah, I'm all about collaboration, and I think there's tremendous opportunity.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you, Alison, so much. Gilden, last word from you.
I'm right now writing a leadership book from my own experience. And what happens is when you is usually asked, you tell me what can I do better? And I'm telling all the women through you that shine what is already shining in you. You are emotionally connected, you are intelligent, and also try to make the shine on the least capabilities. Try to shine everything, yeah. Have your encouragement and try to learn STEM technologies, try to learn whatever is missing within you. The good parts you need to work on, the bad parts you need to work on. On the average, you're anyway perfect.
Great. Okay, thank you so much. It was a great honor being with you today. I would like to invite all your friends to visit this summer Italy, Greece, and Turkey. You from Canada and you from America, wherever your friends are, visit Mediterranean Sea, visit Greece, Italy, and Turkey. Leah, congratulations, Lina, for this amazing effort.
Thank you, Leah.
Thank you. Back to you, Lina, and to 𝗟𝗶𝘃𝗲𝘀. Thank you all.
I think we have to give the word to Lina. Yes, of course. Lina?
Yes. Actually, whatever was needed to be said is already said. I would like to thank, by the way, Elvira, who guided me to the world of W20, and 𝗟𝗶𝘃𝗲𝘀, who built this world. But also, I would like to make special acknowledgement to 𝗟𝗶, who accepted me in the EU delegation and made me a person in the financial committee. And now that I know how it works, and of course we're going to have a lot of time to cooperate with Alison also in the future, I'm sure about that, what I have understood, that this is not a PR group, as we said, and what is needed is one action at a time to become reality. No more just planning, but activities. I really want to thank everybody, all the prestigious politicians, all the delegates who were part of that. I would like to thank very much Maria Nikolsky, 𝗟𝗶𝘃𝗲𝘀 for being our host here, because we are talking here with two extremely famous broadcasters in Greece that made us the honor to be here with us. I want to thank everybody, women and men, I'm starting from women, who attended, and I would like to say thank our sponsors, OECON, the Traders Association and the Traders Confederation, who supported this initiative. And I would like to say that this is not Lina. This is a team game. This is a game of 1,200 women that they are part of this association. We're talking about a team of 10,000 beneficiaries that are taking services from the association, free of charge, of course. And there is also our great staff, Nasia, Katerina, and our board, of course, who without them, we wouldn't do anything. I'm just the girl in the glass that everybody sees, but there is a huge background in the back. Thank you, everybody, for this great event. See you in Rome.
I think it's time to close now our online events today. I would like to thank also all of you who participated and those who attended, to the sponsors and to communication partners. A very, very big thanks to Maria Nikolsky, who was with us in the coordination, and the president of ΣΕΓΕ, Elina 𝗟𝗶𝘃𝗲. I think this is the beginning, only the beginning. Exactly. Yes, I'm waiting for new and interesting actions from ΣΕΓΕ and Alpha TV and Alpha Radio. Yes, and Update Times is here with you for everything. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Well done, Elena.
Arrivederci.
Arrivederci. Bye.